Good morning. How's it going, everybody? Okay. Shall we get into it? Okay, let's first of all, let's just before I get sidetracked and forget about this. Okay, we are gonna do. You know what? I'm actually gonna click on this one. I think, even though it's done. Furniture waiting room. Start over there, yeah. Because we are gonna take this waiting room system apart. Damn, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna pretty much take this whole UI apart. Okay. So let's think about this. Okay, let me just check quickly. Where did my wife give me the stuff? Did she give me a reference? Oh, come on. Did she really not give me a reference? Well, that's unfortunate. I can't remember. Okay. I'm building this UI off memory. Okay, this is the idea. Okay, so we're overhauling the level prep UI. I'm going to leave this stuff. It's okay for now. So let's go open UI level prep. Okay, so we're going to tear this apart, build it from scratch, essentially. Okay, but before we go too far, I want to show you exactly what the idea is. Okay, so first of all, let's just go here. And what do we want to call this? I'm just going to create a folder here for rooms. And I want to import these 3 files. Now, this is going to be the idea, right? We're gonna be doing something interesting. Gonna make some cool looking. Okay, so we got this piece of. Why is the sky still gray? I don't know which button caused this, and I can't undo it. It's so annoying, actually. Oh. Are you serious? Was it just that? Okay, anyway. So, here we go. Now, first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create an empty game object, right? And I'm just going to do something like this. I think I do 4. Right? Because I want to build all of this stuff inside here. It's kind of like... So what I kind of want to do is something like the 3D portraits. Okay, so here's the... okay, wait, I still needed to give materials. So if I remember this correctly... this one would be Infenzia. Yeah, and the other one, I'm not too sure. Okay, so let's just put in the material. I think the other one might be like a glass material. So let's see, M Benzia. Pixpal. Apply. There we go. Oh, damn. Okay, these are going to work for most of these, but not for everything. So I'm just gonna... I'm going to do one I can for now, and then my wife needs to actually tell me which is which here, because I don't know. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Why is this... Let's just try doing... all of this the same material. No. Okay, so that kind of works. I think this one needs to be something like glass. Let's see if we can't find a nice glass. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Then this one, I don't know exactly. So I think it's also got a glass. One of these need to be glass. Okay, we can apply. Okay, so that was the vending machine material. So that one now looks like something. That's not right. So this one should be glass. And then this one is also in Benzia. Apply. Something like that. Okay, we'll work with this. Okay, infirmary. I don't know. Maybe this is also in Benzia. I can't see if anything doesn't have material, so just kind of looks okay. Okay, then the gem. Yeah, I don't know what I'm missing here. I don't think it's a glass issue. No. Okay, well anyway, that's good enough. We'll go from there eventually. Okay, so I want all of these inside of my waiting room. Okay. Okay, seems like we have cameras, all kinds of stuff here. Okay, let's just move it over to the side. Okay, so this is what we're gonna replace our UI with, right? Ah, my word. Okay, so there's a bunch of unnecessary things here. Okay, so let's go one by one. Let's just hide the others. So our UI is going to become this. It's going to become physical 3D objects within the game, right? Which I think is going to be kind of cool, right? So this is what we're going to be replacing, you know, all of this stuff with. So it's not going to be a bunch of blocks like this. If you imagine it, the gym. Okay, so obviously this whole arrangement needs to change, but the gym is literally going to be this scene, right? And then when you upgrade the gym, I'm literally going to change out these items within the gym, which I think is going to be pretty cool. Okay, so we need to do a couple of things for each of these. Okay, so if we just go into the gym. Okay, so we have all these that we can now hide and show and do whatever to. Okay, so I think I want to create empty parent, call it the gym. Okay. And then I want to kind of do a couple of things. So I'm not entirely sure how we're going to manage this. But the first thing we want is just a camera, right? So if we just put a camera in here, call it the gym camera. Okay. Now we could just look at the output of the gym camera. Okay, which way is this thing looking? Oh, okay, it's looking in some direction. Not the correct direction. Okay. Alright, so let's rotate it about the y-axis by 180. Okay, so now it's looking at the gym. We can make it move up a little bit. And then we can tilt it about the z-axis, I think. No. The x-axis. Okay. Can move it a little bit more. Tilt it some more. Okay, do we move it up? Down, maybe we move it a little bit back. Okay, now we also have field of view to play with, which basically just lets us zoom in. Okay, and let's just leave it at 60. Okay, so there's a couple of things we need to change here. So one of the things that bothers me with the gym as is, okay, is the fact that we don't have the lighting, right? If you look at this, it uses the world light, and that kind of doesn't work. If we just use solid color here. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, background, that doesn't matter. Display. Okay. So the lighting is a problem, right? So we have to figure out a way to kind of change. Oh. So essentially what we want to do is we want to change the lighting in here by adding our own lights, so that the skybox doesn't illuminate this, because now, I mean, there's weird shadows being cast here from the sun, but there should be a roof, right? So we need to fix that. So I think the first thing we're going to do is just try something with a plane. So if I just put a 3D object plane in here, and I move it up. All right. And if I just scale it. Okay. So that's quite straightforward, just to get rid of the sun. And then we can add a light. So I think just basically point lights, to be honest with you. Yeah. Okay, let's see. No, not scale. We just want to move this thing up, let's say. Can we rotate this plane? 180. Oh, now it lets the... interesting. That's interesting, the way the planes work. Okay, anyway. Now if we look at the camera, okay, so now we don't have the shadows anymore. Okay, but this light is not... Okay, let's just try filter in temperature. I don't know if that's good. Cloudy skylight. Let's make like 7,000. Like a bluish light, like I want to get like a fluorescent type of feeling. Oh, fluorescent light, yes, let's do fluorescent light. Oh, okay, that's a redder, a more red light. Okay, and then we can change the intensity a little bit if we wanted. Okay, soft shadows. Yeah, it's a little bit... Okay, now it is casting shadows. Am I literally changing the position of the camera? I think I might have been. Yeah. Oopsie. Okay, so let's just see shadows. Okay, oh, that's okay. So we do cast shadows in the gym. That's fine. Okay, so let's see. So if we put it at 5 and 6.5, and now we duplicate this light, and we put it at -5, I guess. So a light over there, and we duplicate it again. Okay, so now this one, I want to make a light at the bottom here. Okay, so there's a little bit of a... Yeah, we kind of want it to not... Okay, now I don't know if it's the size. What is actually... Well, no, we can make it real time. Soft shadows. Okay, I think it's the range. Okay, but that looks like a gym that is lit up. I don't like what this light is doing, to be honest. Do we move it a little bit away from there? -3.5. Okay, and then we can take this one and make it 3.5. Alright. Something like that. Okay, let's just make this 60 again. Vertical, horizontal. Actually, yeah, can't change that apparently. Okay, anything else we need to think about here? Okay, I don't think so. Okay, so now what we do, we go to our render textures. Okay, so right here, and we create a new, let's see, a texture. Okay, wait, I just had a feeling I muted, so I just checked quickly. Okay, so we want to go 2D. I can't remember where this is. It should be in rendering. Yeah, rendering. Render texture. You know what? Let's actually just duplicate one of these. Okay, so this is going to be... yeah, this is going to be the gem. So the gem render texture. Okay, now I don't have any idea what size to make this yet. Okay, but if you look at the gem, so the gem is going to be square, generally speaking. So we'll keep it a square for now. We can come fiddle with this stuff a bit later. Okay, but now we have a gem render texture. And I essentially want this camera to export to a render texture. Okay, and now we can see, okay, so it makes it quite a bit smaller because obviously the texture is quite a bit smaller. Now if we change the texture slightly to make it, I don't know, to increase the size to 300, it does give us a little bit more width to work with. Right. Wait, what did that change actually? Is that the height or the width? Not too sure. Okay. So, but this is the idea, right? So now... Now we got our first room. Camera is set up, lighting is set up. So the idea is now in UI... Okay, we're going to have to change all of this. But essentially our gem is no longer going to be just a flat image. And I'm also going to have to change all of the stuff inside of the gem. Okay, so we got the gem over here. Yeah. Okay, so this is not going to work right now, but you can now imagine. Imagine with me, if you will. We'll grab a render texture over there. Put the gem in. Right. And then what we'll do is we'll not scale it like that. Now I'm actually just going to hide the rest of this stuff real quick. Well, okay, that can stay for now. So this is the idea, right? Okay, so there we got our gem. Okay, so it's a little bit blocky, but the idea would be now, since it's a render texture, I can now influence this thing directly in code, right? What I can do, well, I could always do something like this with sprites and whatnot, but the different levels of the gem, as you unlock them, I can now literally go and move or remove some of the equipment that you see in the gym right now. So I can take away some of the dumbbells or the bench or whatever. I can take away all of this in code and then only show the things that are unlocked based on the level of a slot, right? I think that's going to look way cooler. Okay, but this general layout is completely wrong. So we're going to have to change all of this, essentially. Yeah, the observation deck especially is going to be changed significantly. This is going to be a massive change, actually. So I think one of the first things. Okay, so let's do this. So I think. Okay, that's just a pop-up. So I think one of the first things that just has to happen is the ordering of these things will change. Well, actually, I don't even know. Honestly, I don't even know if this menu system is going to be what it is right now. I might... no, it will. It will. Okay, but the menus might be on top instead. Okay, then within this part, our waiting room is actually going to be on the other side. So I'm going to put this on that side. Okay, then this is actually going to be the first element. Right there. This is going to be inside of the waiting room. This available rooms thing is kind of going to go away, if I'm honest. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually going to be... there's going to be so many changes here. This, I think I want to put it in here, actually. So it's going to go there somewhere. That's going to look like, while this is in progress, it's going to look terrible. The available runes... Okay, so this is going to be kind of like the storage, right? These are going to be the same thing. So, for now... Okay, so let's see. Room holder. Storage room. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to take the rune container and drag it into my storage room for now. And I'm going to delete that one entirely. Something like that. Okay. And then our... Where's this? Okay, our character icon holder. Just kind of like our default slot's going to come in here, but we need to rearrange our waiting room a little bit. Huh. So first of all, this thing needs to grow. We're going to get rid of all the settings here. Okay, so this is going to be rearranged now. So the way the waiting room is going to look... Okay, so let's open up Paint, right? Because we need to design this somewhere. Wait, did I ever... Whoopsie. I forgot to send the announcement on Discord. Okay. So if we open up Paint and we make this black. Where's my mouse? Okay, we fill this black. Okay. So here's going to be the new layout. So first of all, if this is our screen, our observation deck is going to be filling this whole area over here. It's going to be quite big, right? It's going to be a pretty big room. So let's just reserve some space up there for our menu items. Okay, but that's our observation deck. This is going to be our character stats. So let's say character stats and our tooltips. Right? This is the observation deck. Then our 3 other rooms. So they're going to be kind of thinnish. Going to look something like this next to the observation room. So I think they need to be 2 high. And then we have 1 more. And then 1 more. So there's going to be 4 rooms stacked on top of one another. Like that. And we're going to have our gym. And then over here, we're going to have the character default slots. So, okay, so let's type in here. So this is the observation room. Okay, it's going to be a nice big one. This is going to be our revive station. Okay, these are just going to be room 1, room 2, room 3. This is going to be the gym. And this is the default. And then next level should be in here as well. I think something like that. Okay, this is obviously character. Stats. Okay. This is the tooltip. Okay, so as you can see, we don't have a lot of space left here. Yeah, so that's kind of annoying. Because we still needed some place to put our... Yeah, okay, so let's just keep it over the side. So we need some place to put our storage room, right? I don't know if we need a storage room necessarily, but that could be a thing that we might need. Now, what I'm thinking is, so this is for runes as well. Okay. What I'm contemplating, what I'm thinking is, that if we just add a back button instead, right, which would allow us to go back to our level up UI if we want to change runes, right? Something like that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, and that might be a good way of doing this because then I don't need more space here. So this is just going to be our stats display and then all the rooms. Okay, and then any other things might be drop downs or something like that. Pop-ups, pop-ups and drop downs, you know, something like that. Well, we'll think about it. Okay, but this is where we want to go. So we still have our 1, 2, 3 containers. But then this one we split into 2 vertically. Oh, well, yeah. So 1 and 2. And then this one we split again. These ones we split in 4. This one we split in 2. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. And then these, I don't know what we're going to do with them. Okay, but let's continue. Okay, so first of all, okay, so if we think about this, our storage room, I'll keep it there. I'll just make it non-visible, so it's not there. Okay, so we have 1, 2. Okay, so this one, we're essentially going to move it over there. Right, so it's going to be right there next to the... Okay, now that's fine. This one is going to be at the last bit, so at the end. Okay, and now this one is essentially not going to exist. Okay, so we'll work with that for now. Okay, so in here, okay, so we have our observation deck, our storage room, so we kind of want another visual element in there on top of the observation deck, right? There we can split into two again. Okay, so it's going to be split into two. So, but this one splits like that, so next to each other, yeah. And essentially, what they are going to become, well, actually, now that I think about it, so the gym itself needs to go in there. Alright, so we delete one of those. And then I guess it's this whole container here, the character icon container. That needs to go next to the gym. Right there. Okay, we delete that. We change the order. Okay, so it looks terrible now because the sizing is incorrect. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Okay, now, over there, we need to grab the revive station and stick it in there. And then this whole visual element needs to come out. Quite the bit of a mess here. Okay, so then, okay, so let's fix up the sizing of it. So, okay, so the observation deck. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so I think they are still set to a percentage width. So if we make this 50%, now we can make it like 60%, and then this one 40%, like that, right? That doesn't look too bad. Okay, and then within this one, the height 50%. I think that's okay. Okay, so let's think about the gym. Okay, we're gonna have to not let it grow or shrink. Okay, and then we can change the width until it's a good width. Yeah, we can make it 500 pixels. Okay. What is the height now? It's like 425. Okay, so then maybe we make this whole container. Instead, we just give it a height of 425. Okay, and we switch off grow and shrink. Okay, so then the height of this thing, well, we'll just let it grow, right? So it can fill up whatever it needs to fill up. Okay, so now, but then okay, so we have the gym. So it's 500 by 425. Now what we can do is we can come here and make this 500 by 425. Okay, and that way it should render a little bit better than that. Okay. All right. Now our character. Okay, so these containers. Okay, they look a little bit terrible. So let's fix that. So first of all, the container itself should be allowed to grow. Okay, but all of these. So actually, I think I want 3 visual elements in here. And I want 2 of them in the second one, and the other 2 in the first one. Okay, like that. And I want them to arrange like so. Like so. Okay, and we can make it so that everything is... Oops. Don't know how these things will work out. Oh, no. Okay, wait. Yeah, something like that. Okay, now I don't know why they are so weirdly... Okay, so we have a default slot. Where is that default slot? Okay, so let's see. This thing is obviously a bit strange. Okay, first of all, radius 10, because 20 is ridiculous. Width 5, this is just border. Okay, let's see, where's the sizing happening? Okay, let's just unset that. And let's unset that as well. Let's allow them to shrink and grow. Okay, so now they do that. You know what? What if we unset that? Okay, now I can allow them to grow again. And yeah, we kind of want them to fill the available space. Okay, where do we do that? Where's the size of this thing? No, that's just the background. Height. 100%. Okay, so something like that, and then we can give them a little bit of margin. Okay, maybe a little bit of padding instead. No, okay, maybe we make this 95%. Yeah. Let's make it 94. Right, and then this is 46. And now I can switch off the grow. Okay. It doesn't look too bad. And then this, our next level slot, we can move that one over to there. Okay, let's just put it on its own. Just like that. Okay, we can also make this one look... Okay, let's just unset that. Okay, no, I don't agree with that. 1, 1. Okay. Okay, so this width radius must be 10. Okay, width. Don't know. We'll work with this still, I mean. Yeah, okay. 10 radius there, and then... Wait, what is the radius on this border? Oh, it's 5. Okay, so something like that for now. Okay, so that's where that's gonna go. This is where the gym is. Okay, we're gonna have our observation deck over here. Then we have this over here. Okay, so let's just see. Okay, so we have these exchangeable rooms. Now I think the revive station should go on top. Right, and all of them should be the same size. So let's just go look at our height or whatever this is. I don't know if this was set. Okay, unset. Grow, shrink. Okay, so let's see these ones. Okay, grow, shrink 33. Okay, so if we just make them all 1. Okay, wait, let's just unset this. Unset. Unset. And unset. Okay, so now they kind of look like that. Do they have any... Okay, they just have the room. Okay. That's okay. Okay, so now what we can do... I don't know if justifying this stuff will make a difference, but we can. Okay, now that's just justifying itself. Okay, so what we can do now is we can just tell them all to make them grow. I guess growing is then just the only thing they still need, because then they will push each other until they're all the same size, right? I believe that's what's happening, but it doesn't seem like that's what's happening. These still seem quite a bit larger. Okay, so if I make the height a percentage, call it 25. Okay, percentage 25%. 25% and 25%. Now they should be the same size. They don't look much the same. I don't know if I'm just tripping or if that is the case. They look different sizes. I don't know why. I might just be losing it a little bit. Might be slightly losing it. Okay, this thing is also overlapping a bit, it seems, with this. I don't know why that's happening. Okay. Let's go check this background thing, because something isn't working right. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we should just do scale and crop instead. Yeah, I might go with scale and crop. Okay. Let's create a few more of these. Yeah, that's okay. So we're going to have one for the observation room. I think this is... Yeah, we're gonna be calling it something different, right? Then we're gonna have one for the... it's gonna be like the inn. We call it the revive station now, but it's gonna basically become an infirmary, right? Don't know if I It's basically a hospital. A place in a large institution for the care of those who are ill. Nah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Infirmary, then. That's what we'll call it. Okay. And yeah, we'll need a few. We'll need one essentially for each room type. Essentially, right? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, now that I think about it. Okay, so for now we have German Infirmary Observation Room. And I think we have a spa. Okay. Now, okay, so the infirmary and the spa, they'll be roughly the same size. So we can think about this now. From this... Well, actually, what size are these coming out as? Then, if I know that, I can kind of figure this out. Can I do a debugger on the UI toolkit right now? Pick element. Not quite, okay. So I might have to run the game. I don't even know if this is going to be possible in the current state, but let's just see what happens. Two audio listeners in the scene. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, we'll figure that out now. Let me just do debugger, pick elements. So if I want to pick the revive station, now I can see. So it's 553 by 210. Okay. And the observation room. Okay. So let's just put that down. Okay, so on the infirmary, we want 553 by 210. Right. And our observation room, where would that be? Pick elements. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's right. What the hell happened here? Okay, so we have a couple of issues. Okay, first let's just stop it right there. Let's go see. Okay, so we need to get rid of the gym camera. Has an audio listener that shouldn't be there. Okay, that'll at least help that part. Okay, we just play it again because I'm not sure why that happened, because I think it was behaving correctly and then it wasn't. Right, it started out fine. Okay, let's just see. Okay, no, it didn't start out fine at all. Okay, so these things are still stretching themselves for some reason. Okay, so let's go see what's up there. Okay, so I mean they look kind of okay here, but then obviously they don't look. I'm not actually sure how that's even happening. Just unset that. Okay, now each of these, okay, so they are auto. But surely these things are not just going wherever they want to go. The default slots. Well, I don't think they should be. You're not allowed to grow. I actually don't know what initial means. I think it then just keeps the height that it has right now. Let's just go check it out. Yeah, this is bizarre. What? Did I click the restart? Oopsie. Okay, let's just go to full HD mode. Why are you getting stretched like that? It doesn't make any sense. Like, who decided you could take up this whole space here? It's so annoying. Okay. Not sure how that is being caused. Okay, so we can just unset this. Okay, so it's either the... Okay, so let's try some things. Okay, so we want to look at this one. Okay, so you align self. I mean, that shouldn't. These are also not being told to grow. Yeah, 94%, so that's the height compared to this visual element. Right, and if we do this one like 30%, no growing. Okay, and then we tell this one no growing, 30%. Right, and then this one would be whatever's left. No growing. Okay, no growing. And 40%. Okay, so now they are what they are. I believe. Okay, that just sets the border. Okay, nothing funny there. Spacing, I guess, is 0. Okay, that's just the sizing. Let's try it again. Let's see if they push everything off the screen. Still do that. Why? Okay, then it must be the icon container. Okay, you're not allowed to grow. Okay, but it's growing in that direction, so I don't know. Oh, that's a problem. Just fills the width. Right, heights auto. Yeah, I have no idea how this is happening. Why would it just go and change itself? Yeah, it doesn't. What? What is happening? Did it fix itself now? I don't think it would have. Yeah, no, it didn't. Oh my greatness. What is going on here? Is it this visual element that's stretching out? It's not allowed to. Yeah, if we just made this 50% and the observation deck is 50%. Okay. Okay, now they kind of stayed. Okay. Now we got something to work with at least. I don't really like what I'm seeing here. So I can see the observation deck's kind of overflowing a little bit. Okay, but everything should still be working okay. Yeah, okay, so we can't see any slots for the gym. But if we unlock stuff, it should still work. Yeah, the only reason the gym is not showing is because obviously I hit all the slots. So we'll make the slots work again. We'll return the slots, but yeah. For now, I removed them. Okay, but this is gonna be the layout that I'm gonna try and work with going forward. So let's go implement the other rooms, and then we can figure out how the slots are gonna work, right? Okay, now I'm not a fan of what this thing did here. Not sure why it did that. Yeah, so the observation deck is overflowing. It's kind of annoying that it can do that. Okay, I'm gonna delete the storage room. It's not doing anything. Okay, so now we don't have to grow anything. Yeah, so this is annoying. You can see, so we obviously have that room, but now the observation deck is sticking out beneath it. Why is that happening? Yeah, why would it not contain them? There's nothing weird going on here. It's Maybe it's the room itself that's weird. Okay, let's see if the room itself is doing something funny. I don't think so. Okay, we can unset that. Okay, so the margin is doing something funny. I guess it's because... okay, yeah, if you have a margin, it allows it to overflow. If you don't allow the height to change. Okay, let's just set it to 0 for now. We'll fix that. Okay, yeah, that might be. It's probably something like that. Okay, I'm just gonna put it on 0 for now. Yeah, we can fix that later. Also, now that I think about it, this more character stats container is bigger than it needs to be, or this thing is at least. Because I think the more character stats is a set width. And I can't remember the set width, but it is a set width. It's like 360 or something. Right, if you click on any one of these, yeah, 380. So we can actually just make this whole thing with pixels 380. And now it will fill up the screen correctly. Okay, which should also mean that these things can stretch out a little bit more. Give us some more space. Okay. That's okay. We'll live with that. Okay, we'll live with that for now. Okay. Okay, so what was I trying to do? I think I was just trying to get the sizing of all these things, right? Okay, so let's see. The gym sizing is fine. The infirmary, I think. Okay, let's check it again. So let's just play again. And let's just get the sizing of these rooms now. Next. Okay, so they don't look great without the padding. The margins. So we'll maybe have to fix that. But anyway, for now, let's just check more or less so we can get the aspect ratio correct. Okay, so we want to go UI toolkit, debugger, pick element. So if I pick the... Okay, I'll just click there. So we want the revive station. So it's 600 by 220. Okay, so 600 by 220. Okay, and then the observation deck or room is 900 by 440. Okay, 900 by 440. Okay, that's okay. Okay, then we pretty much got what we need. Okay, cool. So now we can just go to the other room. So the infirmary 600 to 20. So the spa would also be 600 to 20. Okay, nice. Okay, we save it right there. Now we can go back to our scene and let's build out some other scenes here. Okay, what does this mean? Okay, let's just read it. Reduce additional punctual light shadows resolution by 4 to make 24 shadow maps fit in the shadow atlas. To avoid this, increase shadow atlas size, decrease big shadow resolutions, or reduce the number of shadow maps active in the same frame. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to fix that. Does it have something to do with my lights? GUI utility? Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, but that's pretty cool. So there we have our gym. Now, let's add a new room. Okay, let's show our new room. So let's show the infirmary, why don't we? Okay, so first of all, the infirmary is going to have to move over. Did the infirmary come with a camera? Yes, it did. Okay, we can get rid of the camera. Okay, we can create an empty parent in Marie. Okay, and what we'll need is again a plane. So I'll just put a plane here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's put this at 0. This is what I want to move to 20 or wherever I want to move it to. Yeah. Okay. And then we can put a plane here as a roof. Right. Scale it up a bit. So now there's a roof. Okay, we're gonna have to think about this one a little bit, I think. So let's just add a camera. Camera. I can't see. Where's the camera? Oh, there's the camera. Okay, so we'll call this the infirmary camera. Right, and it's gonna output to a texture, which is the infirmary. Then I want to look at the infirmary camera. Okay, so it's pointed the wrong direction, so let's change that. So there we go. Now it's pointed in the right direction. Then we want to move it not left and right, we want to move it back. There we go, so we can see the nice beds. We want to move it up a little and then not rotate it like that, but like this, so we can see our infirmary. Okay, we can also zoom in a little bit if we wanted. I wonder if we should go... Yeah, it's a difficult one. We could go like this. I'm just fooling around a bit, checking what this could look like. Okay, now let's just make that 1 again. Let's move in a little. Nah. Yeah, now what? Let's just reset. Okay, we'll work with that. So now we just have to add point lights. Okay, so we'll just put them a little bit out of the view over the beds or something like that. I don't know. Okay, we'll let them cast some shadows. Okay, so let's just check something here. Negative 4.5, 3.5. Okay, so let's make it 3.5 and negative 3.5, right? Position them similarly. Whoops. Okay, I don't want to do that. Okay, so let's just get out of there. Okay, right, the plane. I want to see roughly where these two lights are. So let's move them over there. Okay, and let's just put the roof back. Otherwise it causes some funniness. Okay. Something like that. Oh, and these two lights, I want them to be a filter and temperature, and they're going to be fluorescence. There we go. Fluorescent light. I'm actually not too sure. Incandescent. Let's see. So what if we make it yeah, something like that. Okay, then we can go to our infirmary, which is over here. We can change the name infirmary. Okay, but essentially what we want to do is we want to grab this, go down here and select a texture. Okay, it's going to be a render texture. Infirmary. Okay, and let's just get rid of the slots quickly. Okay, wait, something is not lacquer with the way this is showing. I think I need to do it like this. Or like that. No, we'll do this one. So we'll do scale and crop, I think is correct. Yeah, okay. I don't like the labels, but we'll keep them for now. Okay, let's do the observation deck. And then I want to figure out what I want to do with these ones, because they can change, right? So, yeah, these are going to be interesting. Okay, but the observation room. Okay, let's go find it. So in the scene... Okay, we want the observation room. We want to say create empty parent observation room. Okay, and then we want to kind of just drag it over there and show it. Okay, so we still have a light with this one. There's a light and there's a light, so we get rid of those. Okay. Do we have a camera with this one? No. Okay. So what we essentially have to do now is add a plane again. Which is just a roof. Okay, we scale it a little bit like so. Can you see through this glass? It appears you can, but not very good. It's a bit foggy. Can I change this material? I can. So what do we make it if we want to make it a little bit more transparent? Maybe like window. Transparent. Yeah, I think most of these glass textures, they don't look terrible. I can't make it none. Okay, what do we have for transparent here? Surely there's something we can use that's just good and see-through. Yeah, like this blue polygon shield. That's a good see-through type of window. Okay, I'm just gonna do the shield for now, I think. Yeah, let's just do that so we can see through that. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. My infirmary camera, did I switch off the audio listener? No, I did. Okay, so here we're gonna have to add, so we already got the roof, so let's just add a camera now. Okay, camera. Okay, let's look at our new camera. Let's just rename it. So it's called Observation Room Camera. Okay, and we change it to Observation Room Camera. Okay, so very first thing we do is we obviously rotate this thing 180. 180. Okay, there we go. And okay, so we can do this. Now I can do some other stuff to it. So something like that. We obviously want to move it back. Yeah. So okay, so that's where we can start. Okay, so it's gonna be this. Like so. Okay, we can move it up a little bit more. We can rotate this. Move it up a little bit more. Rotate this some more. Maybe. Can we move it back more? Could. You know, I kind of want to move it down again. Why does this thing feel off center? I don't know why. Why I feel like that is the case. Okay, something like that, I guess, is okay. Okay, let's just remember to switch off this now. And then we can add light. add a point light. Point light. Okay, stick it up there somewhere. Alter temperature, make it like fluorescent. You know what? Can we make this one incandescent? I think so. Give it some more intensity, make it cast soft shadows. Oh, here's the issue. Okay, I don't know if... Do we want a light that's that intense? Maybe I do need to change the intensity of the light for the shadows. Actually, don't know. Okay, but that looks pretty good. Right? Think we can work with that? Yeah. Alright. So that's our observation room for now. Oh, we need another point light actually. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's add another point light. This one we're gonna stick into. Okay, let's just make sure. Am I even close? Why is it so hard to get a light to go into the flippin' thing over there? I need to go up and over a little bit. Okay. Cast some shadows. We make it also a radar light. It's a little bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. Am I just changing the wrong flippin' light right now? Yes. Yes, I am. Okay, so what is that about? Is that a range problem? Not really. Nah, it looks a bit weird, eh? It does some funny stuff with the shadows. Don't know why. Okay, let's just leave it like that. Oopsie. Did I just move my camera again? Okay, let's just leave it like that. We can grab these lights and maybe increase the intensity. Right. The same with the germ lights. Let's increase the intensity a little bit. Okay, there we go over here. Yeah, why not? Alright, Now, we want the observation room to have a render texture as well. Render texture, observation room. And we want to do it like that. Okay, and let's hide all these slots for now. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix them a little, but no, I just want to get rid of them because they look ugly. Okay, okay, let's do. I actually want to check something here. Main container. No, this one. Match game view instead. Yeah. Okay, that looks kind of interesting. Maybe. Okay, let's do one of these. So we'll do the spa. Let's go set it up in the scene quick. Okay, so the spa. Let's just give it an empty parent. Spa. Okay, and we want to move it over. Doesn't really matter where, but just somewhere else. Okay, let's open up the spa. Okay, so this is the spa. Okay, so the spa has a couple of problems, it seems. So we want to get in a plane for the roofing. Something like that. Ish. Yeah, I just kind of want to block out the sun. Okay, that should be okay. Yeah. Okay, now the spa, we can do a couple of interesting things as well, like put little yeah, we can do all of this stuff very nicely with particle effects and things. Okay, the spa is not finished by any stretch of the imagination. It is still very much a work in progress. Okay, but I mean, it's okay. It's okay for now. We'll just use it as like a. Alright, so this is the spa camera. Is this thing continuously having issues here? I mean, okay, I understand. Okay, wait. Do we need to go through all the lights and change this to medium? I don't know if that is the case, but I will. I don't know where the issue is. Is it my global volume? No, it must be in lighting. It's not even that high. Unity, what are you doing? Why are you spamming me with this? Let's see what what Google says. Jeez. Yeah, okay, so I thought about this. So you just change the shadows for the lights to low. I did try something like that. Maybe I need to do... Where is my world light? Yeah, I actually don't know. I don't see it. Oh, directional light. It's this one. So soft shadows. Now, it doesn't even give me an option to change this. I mean... Oh wait, I have... On the portraits, I have point lights as well. Oh, it doesn't even cast the shadow. Yeah, I mean, the most annoying part about this is the fact that I can't... Like, it's okay, I will fix it, but I don't know what to fix. Medium? Did I change all of them to medium? I did. Oh my word. This is annoying. Okay, apparently there's something with the the render settings. Okay, let's see if I can find that. So somebody said over here, URP asset increase shadow map, which is not a fix, it just gets rid of the constant spamming. URP. No, this is not the URP I'm looking for. Yes, like it. Now there's obviously a million things that have URP in the name. That's not annoying at all. Huh. Oh no, that's also not what I want at all. Oh no. Okay, yeah, no, we can just cancel this, go out. Cheers. Okay, no, so this is not, is it in packages? Where is my URP settings? I haven't played or fiddled or had to struggle with this at all. Maybe it's this one. This one? I think it might be this one. Okay, I have no idea where to look for this though. Okay. So I'm looking for shadows. Shadows. Shadow. I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be. Lighting. Shadow Atlas resolution. Okay, so if I increase this. I hope that meant something. It meant the spamming got removed, so that's fine. I'm going to go with that. Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Unnecessary, that is. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so we got our SPA camera. We already know it needs to be turned around. And then we can look through our SPA camera and see. Okay, that's terrible. Okay, so let's move back. Let's also move up a little bit, I guess. Yeah. We'll move up. Then we'll tilt it. Something like that. Okay, let's just make sure we render it to this thing. Okay, so we can see what we're actually going to be looking at. Whoopsie. Okay, so that's kind of... Okay, so the SPA is a bit small, or something. Something is weird here. Okay, well let's go back to 60. Maybe we just moved too far. So we kind of maybe we want to zoom in. Huh. Yeah, the SPA is a funny one. Maybe we don't want to move the camera like that. Maybe we do something like this instead. Okay, this one's a bit weird. Well, it's just not gonna fit all into the screen or something. Okay, let's just do something like this for now. Right, so we have our little SPA yeah, okay, the SPA is a work in progress, right? We'll get there eventually. Okay, but for now, that's it. Now we can just put in some lights. Not that kind. We just want to put in point lights, right? Okay, so light, point light. Okay, so there will be a light inside of the... that place, and it's gonna be a darker light, a reddish light, right? Something like that. And then we can duplicate it. Okay, and move another one. Yeah, no, over there somewhere. Okay, and we can make them both a little bit more intense. We can make them cast shadows, soft shadows with a medium resolution. Something like that. Don't know if they should be higher up, maybe? Perhaps. Who knows? We'll see. Okay, but that's the spa. Okay, now in the UI, so obviously we want the spa to go in here. For instance. Okay, so we need to think about how or what that will actually look like, right? So, okay, so for all of these, we need to think about this now a little bit. So, we got our game. All of this looks good. So we got our nice rooms. Okay, so there's a few things we have to do. So first of all, the rooms need to be upgradable, right? So we need to put the slots back. So let's just use the observation deck as our kind of like a guinea pig. Right, so that is obviously quite ugly, right? So let's think about this. Let's put a visual element, just like a containers of some sort. And then we can put all these slots in there, right? So I still want a slot, but I want the slot to look a little bit differently. Okay, so let's think. How do we want to go about fixing this? So it'd be kind of cool, right, if you had a slot where you can put your character icon. So I think the icon holder is still required, right? So that one still needs to go somewhere. And yeah, so that part is important. And I still want the slot to be kind of there so you can click and highlight and stuff like that. Right? Okay, but what I don't want is for there to be a picture of something overlapping, right? We're not doing that anymore. We also don't want, so we still want that. We don't want like some kind of a background image. And then the unlock button, I think I want to change the way that works quite a bit as well. Right. Yeah, so the shop overlay idea could change a little bit as well. Okay, we can think about this. Okay, so let's look at the room slots in general, right? So we go to room slots. So we can, where the hell room slot style? Okay. Okay, so we have a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so but first of all, room slots. Let's just see what we have over there. Okay, so no changing of size and stuff like that. Generally speaking, this sizing, yeah, the sizing is interesting. Okay, so think about that. Okay. But first of all, spacing and all this other stuff might not be required. We're going to have to change the whole look of this. Okay, so first of all, let's unset the backgrounds, right? So we're not going to have a background like that. Then, border thing. Okay, so that's the level of the slot that I have. Yeah, okay, so that's all of this stuff here. Okay, do I still want that? Maybe. I don't actually know. Like, is it gonna... it might look a bit meh. Okay, so let's go slot border. Okay, so we have a whole thing for slot border. What if we unset that? Okay, so then it looks like so. Which is still not bad. Now the shop overlay, or the shop button, or... okay, so let's say shop overlay. We unset the border. Yeah, we're breaking everything now. Okay, so this is what we left with. Okay, now let's think about our... Okay, so what do we actually want? So it still needs to be kind of like a slot, but we definitely want to change quite a bit, right? Let's actually show the other slots just so we can see what the hell I'm doing here. Okay, so first of all, this visual element, these slots are not going to be arranged like that. They're going to be arranged like this. Okay, and now in this case, I kind of want them to be aligned with the couches, right? So if that is the idea, then I guess we might want to do... Interesting. So this doesn't do anything. So offsetting the stuff, unset. Okay, so let's think about this. We don't want you to grow or shrink. Okay, so this is just the thing holding the slots, essentially. Okay. Yeah, we can make it align itself in the center. We can give it like a smaller size or something like that. We can give it a bit of an offset. Right, I'm fooling around here. I'm making something work, I hope. Okay. Now, we want the slots to just maybe be at the bottom, so they're not really in the way. Okay, so that looks like something we want. Okay, now the slot should still have a few things. Okay, so let's think about this. Okay, so the observation slots, I think I'm going to get rid of those styles because I think they're not required. Okay, so now we're back at room slot. Okay. Okay, let's put that back. Okay, so how would this look? What would I want this to look like? I think I want like the character icon over here. I want the slot to stretch up over the couch. Right? At least. Yeah, I kind of want to have a little bit more. Okay, so if we go to room slots or to, where's this other one? Okay, so observation slots. Okay, okay, now I see it. Okay, so let's think about the observation slot. So in terms of the sizing, so we could now go and change the height of the observation slot so it's a little bit higher. So now it covers the couch in some way. Okay. So something like that. Okay, now, yeah, okay. So now we need to figure out how we want to place the elements within it. So like the icon holder, where do we want to put that? And what does it have to look like? Now, I don't think... Okay, so we are effectively slot icon holder working with this. Right, so we need to find the slot icon holder. Where the hell is that now? Okay, so slot icon holder, there we got it. Right there. Yeah, so in terms of the size, so we can unset the size, we can unset the spacing. Yeah, so now it's just there and it's ugly and that's how it is. Okay, so we can start from scratch. Let's just do that. Let's just unset all. So now we have a slot icon holder. We can't see it. We don't know where it is. It's somewhere though. Okay, so the first thing I think we can do is we can give it a slight border just so that I can see it. So let's give it a border. That's just a black border for now. Okay, we can give it a radius of like 5. And okay, so that's where we start. Then it's not bad idea to have it have a size. So let's just make it 50 by 50 pixels. Right, so that's kind of like our slots. Now we can do an align self to get them to be in the middle. Alright, but we don't really need to. Well, we kinda do. Okay, this is the slot background image, it seems. Okay. So the slot background image has an icon holder in it. Okay. So slot background image, we take this one and we'll move the stuff to the bottom. Okay, this is kind of what we end up with, right? Now, okay, you know what? Let's just go to the gym. And let's display all the slots while I'm doing this. Yeah, let's just display everything. Because I'm obviously breaking some stuff, right? So now we can just go and reference this if we want to see how I'm breaking it. Okay, but imagine, okay, so a slot looks something like this now. In this case, right? Maybe it doesn't always look like this. The level up, I don't know if we need the level number displayed there. Yeah. So what I think I'm going to do... Okay, so let's go to our custom UI elements, actually. So a slot has a level, that's fine. And a room slot has an actual level indicator thing. Let's see, cost... Okay, we have a level border. So let's just get rid of that part. So we get rid of the level border. Where's the level label added, actually? Oh, it was normally added to the level border. Okay, and then this we don't want to do either. Okay, so if it recompiles, then this little icon thingy goes away. That's quite a lot of recompiling. Now, this might be wrong. Maybe I do need to have some sort of a level indicator here. Perhaps, I don't know. Okay, but for now... Okay, so that would be the slot at the moment. Okay, now... There's a couple of other things that I think we should do. So first of all, unlocking is probably okay. I don't like the way the button looks though. Okay, so let's shop button. Generally speaking, looks a little bit terrible. Okay, so I think the main issue with the shop button is this background, if I'm honest. It's a little bit harsh. Okay, you know what? We should actually go check. Wait. I might actually find a texture here, but I think I'm going to use a sprite instead. Well, I can use one of these textures as well. Yeah, so we could use one of these. We can use like this one or this one. Okay, you know what? Let's use that. Okay, let's unset that and unset that as well. Okay, so now this is our unlock button. Now, unfortunately, it seems like our buttons are also doing some other nonsense here. Okay, so this is our icon holder. That's the background of the icon holder. Which one is our shop overlay? This one. Yes. So, shop button. Okay, why do we still see... I never know what the hell... Like something else is messing with us here. Or unless... Okay, wait. Maybe I need to... Yeah, okay, no, wait. I think I know what the problem is. I need to get rid of the default thing for the shop button. Okay, yeah. If I can find it. Okay, shop button. Yeah, I need to make the background color. Yeah, I need to set that actually to nothing. There we go. So now that's our shop button. Okay, it's got some issues still. Oh, I think it's got a border. So we change that to 0, change that to 0. Change that to that. There's still something going on here. Okay, I just changed the wrong thing. My bad. Yeah, okay. So there was a radius that was messing it up a bit. Okay, so now we got that going. We can also change the color of the text if we wanted to actually make it black. And I think we changed the... Why is it doing that? This is a bit weird. The bold is squishing. Yeah, extra bold looks great, but bold looks terrible. Why would that be? Oh yeah, it's actually happening in a couple of places, I see. This text is weird. Huh. What if you just use the basic one? Yeah, I think we'll just use the basic one for now. Okay, so unlock. Okay, so our shelf buttons look a little bit better. I also don't know if they need to be as big as they are. Okay, so let's see on the width. Actually, what is determining the width at the moment? Yeah, like 100 pixels look pretty good. Can we make you align yourself to the center? Yep, we can. Okay, so that looks better in my opinion. Okay. Okay, so we can unlock. Okay, now doing that. Okay, so now we need to actually make these rooms work, right? So this is now where we need to incorporate the code a bit. Okay, so for now this should be okay. Let's see if I can't make this. Okay, slot. Okay, so let's see. So we have these two visual elements all inside of this. I kind of want to make the price, or do I want everything? So let's look at the shop overlay quick. See what we can do there. Okay, so if you justify everything to the top, then it kind of looks like that, which is not necessarily bad. So center, top looks okay actually in most cases here. Okay, we keep it justified to the top. And also do it like that. It looks a bit bad. That looks bad. Putting it at the bottom may mean... I think the top looked better. Yeah, we'll just work with that. Okay. Now the one thing about the shop overlay, like I could go back and give it a background tint like that, but it kind of looks bad, right? I don't know. I don't really like it. Okay, now let's just fix up what's happening here. Okay, so this kind of looks okay. I don't mind that. This side, this looks bad, right? So let's just see what is happening here. So there's a label of some sort. Then we got our slots. We got our weights. It's got a label. I think I know that this was the label depicting that this is the slot. This is the weight section or the whatever section, right? Okay, so this is clearly... Okay, so let's just think about this. So what if we put this label at the bottom to say that that's the gym? Yeah, I might do the same with the infirmary if I'm honest. Put it below. Yeah, that could be okay. And this is the observation room. Okay, and I don't know if I need to put that at the bottom though. You know what? I might as well. Okay, now, so let's work on the spacing a little bit here. Okay, yeah, so these ones, they don't look great at the moment. Right? Yeah, no. So, can I grab one of these slots maybe and just tweak it? So, what happens if I do this? I do like that actually. And this one I might do to the other side. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. Okay, now the top visual elements. So let's just see. So it's set to grow. If I take that off, okay, that's what it's going to look like. Okay, let's just think about this. So we have our cordio section. Oh, okay. Now this can grow. I want this cardio section to be slightly smaller, I think. Something like that. Yeah. And this one could be whatever that size is, yeah. That's okay. Okay, we'll go with that for now. Okay, these ones, they look okay. I'm gonna stick with those. Okay, so for the most part, this is what it's gonna look like for now. Okay, now the unlocking here doesn't work, and actually pushing any of these buttons might not change anything. Okay, so we need to now... Yo, this guy! How's it going, man? I'm doing pretty okay. Fiddling with my UI again, like every day for the last 2 months. But we're doing something interesting here. I'm letting the UI render, so I'm changing obviously this screen. But what I'm trying to do is let the UI... Okay, so this is just not going to look good, but anyway. I'm trying to let the UI... I'm making the UI in the world, so it's 3D. Right, so now I have the elements in an actual room, for instance. And then I'm going to go and... So let's just do this. So yeah, so it's in the actual room, like you can see. So you have an observation room, which is a room that we created. And the same with the gym, the infirmary. They're not 100% done. I think some of them are closer to done than others. But the idea is now that you can still unlock stuff in the room, so you can still unlock things. And now instead of these chairs appearing on like that, I'm actually going to change them in the 3D space, right? And I'm also going to make it so that you can unlock the other items in the room, right? Like here we have the vending machine and the air conditioner, you know, stuff like that. So this is going to be effectively what we're going to try and do. And there's the same with like the gym, etc. Right, so the gym will be, instead of these weights appearing, right, you're not going to see that anymore. You're actually going to physically see them be placed inside of this room, which I think is kind of cool. Actually, it's just hard to not break everything. Okay, so this still looks like it works. Okay, so you can still do all of this. Okay, so let's make it so that the pictures don't appear anymore, but the actual elements in the room update. Right. So the idea is something like this. Right. So let's start with the observation deck. Okay. So in the observation deck, the idea would be that most of these items are going to kind of be hidden, right? So you won't have, almost everything here will be hidden. So the aircon's going to go away. Binoculars, carpet, etc., etc. Yeah, actually, this is going to be... Okay, so I'm going to need something like a script where I can put all these elements in. And then I can access and change them, or change their visibility as we go. Okay, so we can add it to this, I guess. Yeah, we can do that. Let's do that. Okay, so we're going to go scripts. Okay, so let's think. Where are we going to put this? It's not... Is it UI? World space UI, I guess. Well, not really. Let's put a... Okay, let's see. We have weapon, utility, scriptable objects, player, managers, level, items. Yeah, let's just make a new one called rooms. Okay, and we create a script for... So do I want to have a single script that manages rooms, or do I want each room to manage themselves? So do I want to have unique scripts? It's going to be a bit funny. I mean, there's many ways to do this, right? So if I want to make it easily expandable, I don't know if I'm smart enough to make it easily expandable, to be honest. I think, like, I can easily imagine just making a script, putting a reference, like serialized field references to all these meshes, and then showing and hiding them. Like, that is super easy to think about, to conceptualize, and to implement, in my opinion. Like, I can make sense of that, no problem. Another way I'm thinking that you could do this is you can group these into their different levels. So I think, you know what, I'm just going to build something, and then if I feel like I can if I get to a point where I understand everything that I need, because I think I don't even understand what I need, I can always refactor and make it more reusable, like I did with the characters and the enemies and stuff like that, right? So I think I'm going to think about this. So I'm going to create a Mono Behavior script, and this is just going to be a basic room manager or something like that. I don't have a script like that yet, do I? I don't think so. Okay, but each room will have its own little room manager, right? So that's the idea. And then we can have maybe specialized managers if we feel like it. Okay, but so this is kind of the the idea. So we have a room manager script, right? And the main thing I want the room manager to be responsible for, I think, is keeping track of the room slots. Okay, yeah, so let's think about this. So we'll have a serialized field, private list. Yeah. It's going to be a list of yeah, you see now I already have some of this stuff in UI, and I kind of just need a counterpart for the real world thing, right? So I already have. So let's think about what I already have. So I kind of already have a room slot. So let's see. So if we look at this, where am I right now? Okay, so within my, so in my scriptable objects, I already have furniture, which kind of does something. So this kind of keeps track of the cost, the sprites, the affected stat, etc., etc. So could we go in here for equipment, and then instead of sprites make them, let's say, mesh renderers or something? Because that's effectively what I want to do. And then I can... So... yeah, because this keeps track of everything effectively. And it was keeping track of all the visuals. So then in the room manager, I'll just... yeah, I'm not a fan of what I'm thinking right now. Yeah, no. Okay, no, that won't work. I don't think this will work. So in the room manager instead. Okay, so let's think about this. So we might have something like a slot, right? So there's 3 slots. So let's think about the observation deck. So there's 3 slots. Each slot has within it 3 level states, right? Which is different meshes that is shown, right? And the slots in this case is differ amounts. Right, so you have different amounts of slots, right? So I kind of I want to create... maybe I want to create a class in this thing called furniture slot, right? I don't know if that was necessary. So we just do a public class furniture slot. So that's, and then what I could do is I could have a list of furniture slots. Okay, so something like that. And then inside of my furniture slot list, I could have the different meshes. right now. The problem is, so we need this to be exposed in some way. So what if we have private list of, I don't know if mesh is actually something we can Yeah, so I don't know if this is gonna work. You know, I'm trying to generalize this thing, but I don't think I'm doing this correctly. So we kind of want to make this a hello. Serialized field. So what I'm thinking is this could be like all the stools, and then we create a furniture slot. So because I want to be able to drag them into the room manager, so to speak, right? So I want to be able to create these on the fly. And if you think about it, so we have, depending on the amount of slots, we'll obviously have a certain amount of level 1 meshes, and then we'll have a certain amount of level 2 meshes, right? So if there's 3 slots, there will be 3 level 1 meshes or 3 stools that I need to put in there. Same with level 2, and in this case, well, in most cases, there will be a level 3 mesh as well. And then I kind of just want to, when I create a furniture slot, give it each of the meshes. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, my main problem is getting everything into the room manager without, or in a generic type of way. Right, so what this will allow me to do, so this is how I'm thinking about it, is in here, okay, so let's just let it do its thing. So we have 3 chairs, 3 couches, and then stools. Do I not have 3 stools? Huh? Yeah, okay, so I guess I don't have 3 stools. That is kind of unfortunate. Okay, so but now I have a 3rd stool. Okay, but then the idea would be, so in the observation room, we have level 1. So that would be my 3 stools, right? Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. So let's just... No. Let's just lock that. So I want to give it access to these. Right, so there's my 3 meshes for my stools. And then I want to do the same with my level 3, which is going to be 3 chairs. Right, so I give him that. And then the 3 couches. Stick them in there. Okay. Now we can just show these again. Okay, so that's what I meant by that. But then we also have special elements in here, which are other type of things. And in some cases, we might have... Now, this is for the expandable room. So an expandable room would work differently. And even if we go over to the gym, this is going to be different. Right? Because in the gym, this might work fine for like the treadmills up there, but down here we have a bunch of stuff going on, right? Right, we have all these dumbbells and things like that, and I kind of, what my idea was with the gym stuff is to have the dumbbells kind of grouped, so that you can have, for instance, you can have we have the equipment group, so you can have a bench and a couple of dumbbells simultaneously being used, right? This is a complicated one. So in that case, what I might want to do is, instead of doing this, I might just do a list of meshes for each slot level. But then again, this is getting impossible to serialize in that way, because then what we'll need is a private list of meshes. So that's fine, right? So it's still going to be the same thing, but then it's going to be something like slot 1 level 1, right? And then I have a slot 1 level 1, slot 1 level 2, slot 1 level 3, and then I grab all those meshes that I want to have together, and I show and I hide them, right? And that's not necessarily a problem, except for the fact that we don't have the same amount of slots for every single room. But now that I think about this, we do have a limited amount of slots. The maximum amount of slots we can have is 3. So we could do this and then just have so we have a slot 1 level 1, level 2, level 2, level 3. Okay, so we can do this, and it can be a list, and many times we'll only have one mesh here, right? So because slot 1 level 1 for the observation room might just be a single chair, but for the gym it might be a couple of dumbbells, right? Things like that. So plus a carpet or something like that. So I'm trying to keep this. Okay, so I think this might work out. So then instead, and since we know we'll only ever have 3 slots maximum, right? I think this is not too expensive. Well, this is not too bad, right? Essentially. So we'll have 3 slots max. Actually, we'll have 4 slots max, because the gym is a single room and it's technically got 3 levels, 4 rooms. So this is the maximum. So in some cases, the room will not have this amount. So what we can do also is we can just have a serialized field, private int slot amount, right? And effectively this will just give us a amount of slots, so that we can I mean, maybe we use that in some way. So, but when we set up the room, we need to tell it how many slots we have, and we can just literally ignore some of the stuff. Right, so this is all our meshes, but then we just don't fill these. We can do a heading, right? So we can do header slot 1. We do something like this. Slot 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Okay, and then now we can work with it, right? So in many cases, we'll have one slot with 3 levels, and we essentially just want to show we want to loop through all the meshes in the list for level 1, show them, or hide them and show everything for level 2. Kind of depends. I think, yeah, it kind of depends. Yeah, okay, this is also kind of annoying. But if we can at least grab all our meshes from here, then the showing and hiding can be specific to the room. Yeah, maybe we do that. I'm thinking about this. So, yeah, we kind of have, in some cases, we show, we hide the previous level and show the next level. In other cases, we have it so that we keep both levels shown because the room gets fuller. So it kind of depends. Yeah, we also have a room level. Yeah. So we kind of need this as well. Room level mesh. So what this means is the room itself will level up. And these are just, okay, these are just generic stuff. And then we also have a list of room items for some rooms. Yeah, it's like something like unlockable room items. And this will just be just a list. Room items. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to make that one different labels. Just a list of all the room items. Now that could get a bit weird because just having a list of the room items is not necessarily good enough. We might have to come and change this. Okay, but this is then just the room. Let's rename this to the room mesh manager. And the reason I'm saying that is because I kind of see this as just being a place where all the meshes go. And then we can grab them from here. Right? I don't know. Yeah, actually, I don't know what I want to call this. Maybe I don't want to call it the Room Mesh Manager. Maybe it's just better to make it the observation room. And, you know, don't worry about it more than that. And then just make a separate one for each room. Like the exchangeable rooms could be a little bit more generic. Because they'll only have one slot. Yeah, I mean, it might be worth it to think about it that way. So this is not the room manager, this is the observation room manager. And then we know how many slots we have, and we can do the same. Yeah. This is difficult, hey? Yeah, building new things, hey? Okay. So, yeah, but this should at least give us a starting point. So now we have each of the slots with each of their levels. And, yeah, I think I'm gonna basically call, okay, so let's just save. Let's do this. We'll duplicate this script and then rename it to observation room. Or we create a new script, observation room. Okay. So now we have an observation room. And we don't have a room manager. So essentially, I'm going to make one of these for each room. Because I'm just annoyed that it's difficult to get these things to work the way I want. Okay, so first of all, this can be removed and we can add the observation room, right? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open it up and we're gonna take basically all this stuff now. Copy, paste. Right, okay, so slot amount, we don't need that, we know. It is okay, so we can get rid of this header. Room level mesh, okay, so we can keep that. And then we can do unlockable room items. So instead of this, we can actually just have a private mesh renderer, and this would be the binoculars. Binoculars, right? And we have a couple of these, but we know what they are, right? So we have binoculars, we have the vending machine, we have the air conditioner, and what else we have? Plant. No. So these are room items that actually make a difference. Yeah, these make a difference. The room level mesh, that's stuff like the plants and things like that. Okay. So this is what we have for the observation room. Okay. So that's better. I like that more. That way we don't faff about. We just have the observation room. It's got its script, and that's how we go about it. So what we can do now is we can go slot 1, level 1. Okay, so again, now I don't actually need to do it this way, right? Yeah, I don't need to do it this way now, but it will help me. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but anyway. So we put in. Okay, observation room, lock this. Okay, so this would be stool 1. Then we go stool 2, stool 3. And then we have chair 1, chair 2, chair 3. Yeah. And then we have couch, couch 1, couch 2. Whoopsie daisies. What did I just do? Yeah, okay. We don't want the couch there. We want the couch 2 to be there. And then couch 3. Okay, apparently I added the carpet there. Okay, couch 3 needs to go there. We don't want the carpet. And then the chair needs to go there. Chair 2. No. Chair 3. Okay. We see. Yeah, so that's fine. Stools. Okay, so this is okay. Couch 1, chair 1, stool 1. Okay, so that's okay. Now, room levels are kind of more interesting in this case. So we have a carpet. So I think room level 1 will just have a basic carpet. Okay. Now, when we get to level 2, we have carpet 2. Oh, and actually, whatever this is. So an empty pot. So on level 1, we show the carpet and the empty pot. Okay. And what else do we show on level 1? Not even the curtains, I don't think. Yeah, I think when the room... Oh, and... Yeah, I like that. Okay, so then room level 2... This is when we have a better carpet, so we get a nicer carpet. We get the curtains, I think. The curtains can come in. Okay, and our pot... yeah, I think that's okay. So we just get a nicer carpet and we get some curtains. Then in level 3, we actually get a pot plant. We get a much nicer carpet. Okay. So we get a plant, a much nicer carpet. Ooh, those are going to be interesting now. Okay, so we need to make sure that we put everything that needs to be in each of these in each of them. Okay, so we only have a carpet and an empty pot for level 1. That means everything else will be hidden. Okay, in terms of just the niceties. Okay. Then in level 2, we have a nicer carpet, we have curtains, but we also still have the pot, right? The pot didn't go away. Then in level 3, we have the pot and the plant. Okay. We have a nicer carpet. We still have our curtains. Okay, so the curtains are also shown. Yeah. And yeah, we got the nice carpet. Oh, and the lamp. So the standing lamp gets shown as well. Right, I think that makes sense. Okay, now the standing lamp light, we'll have to figure that out. Okay, then our binoculars. Whoops. Okay, our binoculars go there. Our vending machine is 2 meshes, unfortunately. So do we have to do a list of meshes there as well? We might have to. Seems like some of these are one thing, some of them are not one thing. So we'll just do lists of meshes and we'll just show. If there's one element, there's one element. It's fine. Okay, let's let it do its thing. Oh, and actually what that means... okay, so our binoculars can then be the two side tables and the binoculars. Right, that way I show the side tables when I get a binocular going. Okay? Then our vending machine gets two things as well. And then our air conditioner... yeah, that's just a single thing. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So now we have our unlockable. We have our levels. And that's pretty much, that's everything we need for the observation room. Okay, nice. So now we just need to start managing all of this stuff. Okay, so essentially what we need is some kind of a function to show and hide all of these things, right? Now, what we can do is we can have a start function that just kind of hides everything. Yeah, okay, so maybe we have a... So if we want to successfully hide everything... do we just have a list of all meshes to hide? That might be the easiest thing to do, actually. Yeah, let's do that. So let's do that. Let's... a mesh, not binoculars. All to hide at start. Okay, so just basically everything we hide when we start the game. Okay. And then at start we can do for each mesh renderer. Right, we could call it render. In all to hide at start, we can do renderer enabled false. Okay, just do that. Okay, so that's the very straightforward way that we just start. And now we just need to populate that one. Okay, it's going to be most of the things, except for like the room itself, basically. Yeah, so it's going to be the aircon, binoculars, carpets, chairs, couch, curtains, all the pots, not the building. So yeah, so all of these need to get hidden. The building itself, so side tables, standing light, stool, vending machine, not the window. Okay, so now we have, that's everything that we want to hide when we start the game. Okay, so that's good. So now all of those will be hidden. Now we kind of need to do a function of some sort, or a few functions. Yeah. So this would be public void, and let's say unlock. Well, we can do upgrade slot. Okay. Okay, and what we should do is int slot number, maybe, and int slot level. All right, so we want these two things to come through. So we want to know which slot it is, and then the level of the slot. Now, our room slots from the... Okay, let's open up the room slot. So let's see. Room slot, room slot, room slot. Okay, so our room slot keeps track of the level. Does it keep track of the slot number though? I don't think so. Yeah, so we can get the level, we just don't know which slot it is. Okay, so we need to have a way to know which slot is which. Yeah, because add slot data, register callback, let's see, remove, shop button, click. Yeah, so shop button, click. So when we click that, we need to change a bunch of stuff, obviously, but we also need to then make that function run. Oh, geez, and this is gonna be difficult. Yeah, we're gonna need. Yeah, because this is generic, right? This thing doesn't know. It will know what room it's in. Right, at some point it knows the room type, or just a type. It has a type, if I'm not mistaken. So I do assign it a type. Room type. Yeah. So it gets a room type, which is something. So the only way I can really see myself connecting these is maybe with a scriptable object. If we can use those to pass events, we can pass the event. So we can because when we add the slot data, we can add it the necessary scriptable object. And if we add it to both the slot over here, we can do it in a different way as well, I guess. Yeah, but we need a hard connection. We need some kind of a connection between the slot and the room. Okay, another way we could do this, and this is just to make it visually look right. Let's go to our waiting room UI. I don't even know. Okay, this one. Okay, so here when we create the slots, okay, so we have rooms. We could potentially connect them through here. Maybe. Somehow. Similar to how I did it here. Which is pretty bad. But something like that, right? Huh. Also, I can't remember what this is, so it just gets... Okay. Yeah, this is a bit weird now. I'm not sure how I want to do this. Okay, we can get a room. We can get exchangeable rooms. Now, an exchangeable room is a little bit different. So how do we create an exchangeable room? I don't remember. Okay, so but we have these rooms, and then somewhere Okay, those are all our fixed rooms. Okay, then over here we have exchangeable room, which is a class. Okay, I made it a separate file. Okay. So the exchangeable room class extends a waiting room.room, and you still create it in very much the same way in many things, but yeah. Oh my greatness. Okay, this is now going to become complicated just to connect everything in code so that what happens when it should happen. Yeah, so I can do events through a scriptable object. That's the one thing I'm thinking of. Or I could have it referenced through the waiting room monobehavior script. Right, I could plug it in like I do pretty much here. Right, I could plug it in like that, and then I could connect them there. I kind of like that as well. Oh no, wait, there. Oh wait. No, this is monobehavior, yeah. So the monobehavior waiting room will be connectable. So I could plug it in there for some of them at least. How would I do the exchangeable rooms though? I guess with the scriptable object. Yeah, I might have to do it with a scriptable object. And then the exchangeable room would be able to find its reference in the real world through the scriptable object. I think. Right, because when we create an exchangeable room, okay, so we do a new room, we give it the level prep UI, we tell it where it is for this. Then we do connect elements. So let's just go look at this. Oh, come on. Yeah, so we create the room, we give it some things, we get a this connect elements. Okay, yeah, so we just get all the overlays and the buttons and the scroll views and all that good stuff. Okay, and then we change the room type. So then we just set up the room SO to shop element dot room SO. Because apparently this is also a class that I created somewhere. Where is this thing created? Okay, yes, like it. I can't even remember that I did all this. But apparently I did. Okay, so I made this exchangeable room shop element. Okay, this is just to basically, yeah, we also need to connect a scriptable object for each of these elements. Alright, and then somewhere I create a bunch of these elements. Yeah. For each SO, yeah. Holy moly. Yeah, okay. I see what I did there. Okay, so yes. So the room SO, it seems to be, this is where I'm going to have to figure it out. So in this exchangeable room scriptable object, I'm going to have to give it a reference to this in some way. Okay, and I need to do the same with the other rooms. Now, since they are not exchangeable rooms, we're going to have to do it a little bit differently. We're going to have to, since they are, well, they are a little bit more fixed, we might have to go into the waiting room instead. Yeah, here's the list of all the exchangeable rooms. So instead, we'll have to do something like that here, where we give it a list. Well, we give it a reference to each of them as a game object. Yep. Okay, so let's work with that. So let's so the idea would be something like this. We go let's do a header. And let's call it, this is our fixed room game objects. Okay, so something like that. Fixed room game objects. We can make it public for now. Public, so this is just a game object of some sort. Yeah. So we do observation deck. Well, room, right? We're gonna call it an observation room, and then we have a public game object. This is gonna be the gym. Okay, and then public game object infirmary. Okay, so something like that. Now I don't think this is called observation deck. Okay, yeah, so gym. Okay, so gym. So let's just call these objects. Gym object. Okay, something like that. Infirmary object, gym object, all that good stuff. Now what we can do is in the observation room, okay, so observation deck in this case, we got our slots and all that good stuff, but somewhere in the beginning, we could do it here. So we can have a public game object. We can just call it the game object for the room. Okay, and then we can do something like game object equals. Okay, so this dot game object equals waiting room dot observation room object. Right, so now we grab the waiting room, so we can just send through the object like that. Okay, now we have the game object. Okay, now from here, okay, so the room knows about the object. So that's step one. Next step is to somehow let the slots know something about the object as well. Well, first of all, I think the slots need to know their number. That's maybe a good idea. So the room slot could have a slot number that it keeps track of, right? So we can make public. No, it's not shop stuff. Well, yeah, whatever. Public slot number. This is just an integer slot number. Okay, so we have 3 slots typically, 1, 2, 3. And when do we want to do that? Add slot data. Okay, so let's just go back to our waiting room, for instance. Slot 1 is equal to slots in room dot add slot 1. So it should be somewhere here when we connect it, right? Add slot data. Type where, yeah. I would have done it there, but now it's in a loop. So it's kind of annoying. We could just do slot, so slot 1, oh come on, slot 1 dot slot number equals 1. Oh, so dumb. But anyway, then we can do slot 2, slot 3, and theoretically this is not going to be that many slots. But anyway, now each slot will get a slot number assigned, and now we at least have that. So we have a slot number and we have a type. So this type would be fixed room observation deck type. Okay. And yeah, maybe we should connect the game object. What if we did this? What if we did observation room? Observation room manager, right? And we did the observation room manager is equal to dot get component of type no man, come on, observation room. All right. So we get that. We get the observation room manager instead. And then when we add a slot data... okay, wait, no, this is where it gets weird. Right, this is where it gets weird. Because this is now getting... So we know the room type. Yeah, we know the room type. This should be something like a room manager instead. And all we really want, we want all the logic to not happen here, but in there somewhere. So in the room slot, we obviously get add slot data. Yeah. Okay. So we kind of need to just, when we click, not the slot, but the shop button, we need to run a function. Yeah. Okay. So maybe we do this instead. So it's not an observation room. What if it's just the... What if we make it the room... So we want to make it something generic, which is always going to work. So this is where you can do scriptable object connection, or I can do a hard connection, which would look something like this. So inside of my rooms, let's say we do, well, we could use the room manager, to be honest. We can use the room manager. We can just get rid of all this nonsense and make it do something like this. Public void shop button click. Okay. Clicked, and we need to pass in when we click the button. We need to know int room type. Okay, so no, we need to do waiting room dot fixed room type. Room type, and we need to do int slot number. Right, so we need to get those two things. Oh, and we need to know the slot level. Int slot level. Okay, so we get all those things. We know which room, we know which slot, we know which slot level. Okay. And the room manager, so this will now be connected to all the room slots. And whenever you click on any of them, okay. So fixed room type, we're gonna have to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, because we might want to do the same thing for the other types of rooms. So we have a fixed room type, we have an exchangeable room type. So the fixed room type might be an exchangeable room, and in that case we actually want to know what the exchangeable room type is. So maybe we get an exchangeable room type as well. We just make it empty. I mean, that could work. So we get a room type, and then we get a waiting room dot exchangeable room type. Okay, we just call it the exchangeable room, which by default is empty. Okay. Oh wait, maybe we need to put this at the end. Yeah, so we need a room type, we need a slot number and a slot level, and we need an exchangeable room. Hey, okay. So then we could do something with that, right? We can just do, yeah, we can do something with that. Okay. So we need a room manager then. So we grab the game object, then we get component of type room manager. Okay. So let's just go to my waiting room. So in other words, yeah, we get the game object there. We need to plug in the game object. Each game object will have an instance of room. Well, actually, no. We might just want a public room manager. And then each room will have public room manager. It'll have a room manager associated with it, right? Okay. Would this be then room manager equals, we can just do waiting room dot room manager. Okay, now all of them will have a room manager they can use. Okay. So then whenever we add a slot. Yeah, so all of the slots can now have a slot number and a public room manager associated with them as well. So every slot will have a room manager. Okay. When do we get the reference to the room manager? Whenever we get the reference to the waiting room, I guess. So we either have to do that. We have to do that maybe with add slot data. We have to do this dot room manager equals. Yeah, we don't do that. We do room manager. Room manager. Okay. So we do that and we go back to our waiting room. So now in here we need to add the room manager. Okay, and this should now be the case every single time, right? Yeah. So let's just do that wherever it needs to be done. Okay, now the exchangeable rooms, I don't know how that one works. Okay, so we connect the room, but I should go check inside of the room. Because they... Okay, we'll see now. They do extend this, so that must mean that they have one. And all their slots should work the same. Yeah, so we do need to give it a room manager. And this will now be required. Well, no, it's just set. Yeah, because we do get the waiting room, so we just set it like that. Okay. Somehow that worked out fine. So our room slot now has a room manager. And what effectively I want to do is whenever I click the shop button. Okay, so let's see. When do I want this? So I effectively want to know what the new level is going to be. So normally when we change our background images to the level, I actually want to just do room manager dot shop button clicked, right? So we want the room type, we want our slot number, we want our level, and then in the case that it's a waiting room. Okay. So this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. Because the waiting rooms... So room type... Yeah. So this is very straightforward for all of them except for the waiting... the non... Yeah, because when we add the slot data, we don't tell it... We might tell it that it's not quite a normal room, but we don't tell it that it's, you know, some other funny thing. Okay, so what if we did this? Okay, so this is a room slot. What does it actually set? So it sets the type, right? So room type, this dot room type. Where is room type? Unless it's part of the slot. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, so what if we did public waiting room dot exchangeable room type, and we set it equal to empty by default. Okay. So there we have it. And then what we can do in our exchangeable room types. So what we can do here now is we can actually just give it the exchangeable room type. Okay, so we can, whenever we click the shop button, we can give it the exchangeable room type. That's fine. And then our exchangeable room, when we add the slot data, we just do slot.exchangeable room type equals exchangeable room type, because this is the type of the room. When does this get set? Change room type. Okay, and that happens when what is done when the shop is clicked. Oh, okay. Yeah. Every time you select a room, it changes the type, and then you have to unlock it eventually. But it's also possible to not unlock it eventually. Please select a room type, yes. Okay, so we change that on the fly, but obviously unlocking the selected room. Then we add this data. Only then we actually do it, right? Okay. That should work out. Okay, so this function from our room manager should be called from our room slots with all the information we want. Right, and we can do now. We can do stuff with this, right? So our room manager, where would our room manager sit? Okay, so let's just let this thing compile a bit and figure it out. So I think our room manager would go into the waiting room itself, right there on the top level. Right? So we'll put our room manager right there. Like so. So it's not going to be on any of the rooms beneath it. Let's just make sure I didn't add them anywhere. Okay. Yeah, so this is where the room manager sits, and our level prep UI with our, this needs now our room manager, so we can just drag it over. And it actually doesn't need this at all, because the room manager will know. Yeah. Okay, so what we can do for our waiting room is we can just get rid of everything here. We can get rid of this as well. Well, we could also just call it something else. The room mesh manager. Okay, so that's now connected. Is it connected in a super great way? Yeah, not really, but it's connected, so it's fine. I am happy with it works. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, so our room manager, so what this thing should then do now is a little bit different, right? It should, so let's think about it. It should have references to each of each of our rooms, or at least each of those scripts for each of our rooms. So we should have something like observation room, right? We should have a reference like that. And over here, I think we do a switch. Okay, switch. Yeah, we do. We check for room type. Okay, and our case is observation deck. Right. Okay, so if it's the observation deck, then we can do observation room. Okay, so we need to think about this. Okay, so we click the shop button. We know this thing basically needs to pass the information through to the observation room now. Right, so it just needs to check if it's the correct type of rune. So it sends it to the correct place. Right, so we can just do if room type equals observation deck. Right, we can do something with it. Okay, so in our observation deck or our observation room, we have this upgrade slot, I guess. So we need a slot number and a slot level. So this manager figures out which one to do, and then we can do upgrade. Well, observation room dot upgrade slot, and we give it the slot number and the slot level, and that's it, right? So that's effectively it, and then we just do a return right there. And that's pretty much all we have to do now for every single room. We just have to get the correct reference. So it's just a way of making sure the message gets sent to the correct place. Right? Okay, so in this case, we only have the observation room that can do anything. Okay, so let's go to the observation room and figure out what we want to do with this. So we get a slot number and a slot level. Okay, so that must mean that we've upgraded our room, right? So we have all these now. So slot number, slot level. Okay. So I kind of don't like the way I did this, but it is kind of what I did. Yeah, so again, for slot number, we can do case. It's 3 slots. So we can do if. Well. Okay, so we do slot number. So our first case would be 1. So if it's slot number 1, what do we do? So we do upgrade. We get slot number 1, and then we get levels as well. So this is gonna be so what we can do is we can do up private void show slot mesh. And what we need is a list of mesh renderer. So we need that. Meshes to show. And we need the slot. Well, we need int. No, we actually just need we actually need this is kind of dumb. Okay, so let's see. If it's slot number 1, we need the mesh, all 3 meshes, right? So this filters for slot number, and then this thing needs to show slot mesh depending on the level. And it needs to hide all the other ones, actually. So this needs to be a list a list of a list meshes int slot level. Okay. And what we need to do is for each list of mesh renderers in meshes, we need to do another for each for each mesh renderer in mesh. Okay, so we do a little nested for loop. We need to do mesh dot enabled is enabled. Come on, how the hell did I enabled? Yeah. Oh no, I need to do renderer dot enabled. Oh wait, what is that? Not equal to slot level. Oh wait, that's actually interesting. No, that won't work for me. Equals false. Alright, so what'll that do? So that'll just go through and hide everything, right? Which kinda is pointless. Right, that's kinda dumb. So okay, but let's say we hide everything, then we take meshes. Meshes. Well, okay, then we go for each mesh renderer in meshes element slot level -1, right? Because it's 1, 2, 3, it should be 0, 1, 2, but you know. Okay, so then we do renderer dot enabled equals true. Okay, so just something dumb like that. So we go through all the meshes associated with slot 1. We hide them. Then we only show the one for the appropriate level. Okay. So for case 1, we basically wanted to do show slot mesh, and we want to give it a new list of lists. Alright, can I construct a list just like this? I don't know. Okay, slot level break. Let's think about this. Okay, so what we want to put here is something like slot level 1, slot 1 level 1. Right. Yeah, how do we instantiate a list? A new list? Like that? I actually don't know. So we can create a new list, but now this is just quite an empty list, right? Like this? Oh, maybe. So if I did that, and it's 3, 3, and 2. Is that now a new list? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, so if the slot number is 1, we show slot mesh. We create a list with all the slot meshes. We hide them, and then we show only the correct one. Okay, and we essentially want to do this again and again, but it's going to be case for 2 and 3 for this specific one. So this is 2, 2, and 2. I don't like what I'm doing here, but I'm doing it, so we'll go with it, right? So that's essentially what we want, right? So when you click upgrade slot, you get a slot number. You check if it's slot 1, 2, or 3 that was upgraded. Depending on which slot you upgrade, you pass in a different set of meshes, right? And then from there, you and a level, right? And then this thing basically just hides everything first, and then it checks the specific one. So this is 0, 1, and 2. So then it just gets, if it's 0, if it's level 1, it'll grab this one over here, right? And it will enable them all. Right, something like that. Now, we have to test this because I have no idea if I'm on the right track. Let's see what happens. I mean, things are kind of not broken. Oh, wait, I didn't give it a reference. Ugh, crying out loud. Okay, it's not going to work. It's going to throw me a problem because I didn't give it the observation room. Okay, now we can do it. Okay, so the observation room is completely empty. Okay. And my text is completely ugly, but it's just what it is, I guess. Now, if I... what's happening there? Okay, but anyway, if I unlock one... Okay, it still does the old thing, but it also did show the other chair. Okay, I need to take out the old ones. But you can see the chairs popping up there. And now we can't because... Oh no, there's a couch. But it's also, yeah, it's also putting the ugly couch there. Okay. Well, it's working. I'm on the right track. That's amazing. So let's just go to our room slot. And here where we change the background image. Let's just not do that. Just not do that, right? Yeah. They won't know. We don't change the background images. We remove coins. We do all that stuff. Yeah, we just don't do background image changes anymore. And that should be it. Now, we could definitely have made this thing a little bit better. The code, I mean. I'm not a fan of what I wrote here. I wrote, but like this is horrible. Now it works here, but for these ones, it would be much easier. And you know what? We can change it. It would be much easier if we just did this kind of thing, but just slot 1, for instance. And then we have all 3 levels. So slot 1, slot 2, slot 3. So if we just did slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, right? So we could do slots like that. And then we can pass in the slot with all 3 levels straight here. Yeah, that is much better. So instead of this, we just pass in slot 1, for instance, which is wrong, but then this is then wrong as well. So we don't do a list of list, we just do a list. And then it's a little bit cleaner. So then we can pass in slot 1 there. For all of this, we can just do slot 2. And for all of this, we just do slot 3. Now, you know what? I kind of don't have to do this. Because I'm going to have to do this anyway. For I think some of the other ones. Unless I do this separately somewhere else. Right, if I don't want to pass in all this nonsense, I could grab this data and then clean it up a bit. Like at start or something. Like create new lists or just something better. A different data type, or, you know, like a class or something even. If I really wanted. Okay, but this is working at least. Okay. So we are upgrading slot with the slot levels. Okay, so that's good. You know what? Let's keep track. Okay. So we can have something called a total room level, right? Private int total, or let's just call it the room level. Right, and the room level would be basically, we have slot levels, right? The slot levels are 1, 2, and 3, which means the total room level can be anywhere from 1 or from 0 to 9. Okay. So what if every time we run an upgrade on a slot, we actually take our room level, right? And we add our slot level. No. Just slot level. Right? And the idea would be is that your room now upgrades as you upgrade slots. And eventually what we want to do is we want to run a function that does something like this. Private void void show room level mesh. Right? And if you think about it, so what we have here is room level mesh. We have 3 levels for the room, essentially. And I guess what we kind of want to do is have 3 kind of cutoffs, right? So we run this function and we give it a int room. Well, now we can just run this function. It's fine. And what we can do is we can just have if room level. Okay, so let's think about this. So if room level is greater than 0, right? We want to essentially go through. Okay, so we need to think about this. We kind of want to hide anything okay, so let's think about this. So first we have levels. What if we do? Okay, so if room level is greater than 6, so 7, 8, or 9, we show everything. So for each mesh renderer, we want to go through room level 3, essentially. So for all of them, we want to go through each, and we want to do renderer enabled true. Okay, essentially that's what we want to do, right? And you can imagine that we can do this for... Okay, so if that is the case, then we just return. Okay. And we can do this a couple more times. Okay, and essentially we want to do room level 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. Greater than 3, we upgrade. And this is just greater than 0. Now we want, this is room level 2 and this is room level 1. Okay, and what we kind of want to do at the start is just make all of these false. Or maybe not at the start. So let's see, we're going to go, it's false, false, true. So maybe we just want to do this. Just hide all the previous level stuff for each of these. And only show the new level stuff. Yeah. So hide level 1, level 2, and then show level 3. Yeah, it's kind of dumb thing because we're gonna do this a couple of times, because it's gonna be greater than level 0 more than once. So what if we do equal to 1 equal to 4 equal to 7? So that way we only do this once, every time. So we go in here, show room level. We like, oh, yo, our room level is 1. Nice. Do this. If it's 2, we don't do anything. If it's 3, we don't do anything. So we still just have this shown. Then when it gets to 4, we do something. And when it gets to 7, we do something. Okay, and essentially every time we upgrade this, we want to try at least to run this function, even though it's not spelled correctly. Show room level mesh. Okay, so just something like that. Okay, I think that'll be cool. And okay, some of the other upgrades we'll have to figure that out later. But let's see how this works. Okay, so we go play the game. Ooh ah. Okay, so we start here, and this is a little bit ugly. We'll change it, don't worry. Okay, so as soon as I click unlock on 1, that will mean the total room level will go up. It'll be 1 exactly. And that would mean I should get a carpet, maybe an empty pot, some other things, right? There we go. Now we can close the shop. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, we need to do something about these locks. Okay. Where exactly did it add those? So maybe we do want to do with our room slot. So this is the background image. Do we do anything with the background image? Ah, okay. So when we add the data, we do set it at least once. Okay, and I kind of want to make it disappear. What happens if I just unset it, right? I just make it null. Yo, Mr. Gene. I'm doing well. I am getting work done. Don't worry about it. I'm doing some good stuff. All right, but let's see. What happens if I just set this equal to null, right? If I just remove the background image, that should work, shouldn't it? Let's try it. So then the lock will be there until you remove it. And then we should be able to see the furniture because that big lock is in the way. Let's see. Okay, so it's locked. If I unlock this slot. Hey, look at that. I got a chair. I got a nice carpet. I got a pot. Okay, level 2. Level 3. Okay, so I have a nice couch and nothing else, right? Now, as soon as I unlock one more, it should go to level 4, right? 3 plus 1, which would result in me getting an overall upgrade to the room. Nice. That's too nice. Maybe I think I did this incorrectly. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think it showed everything there. Okay. Yeah, no, something's not lekker. Okay, but now we have a nice waiting room. Looks pretty nice. And the characters are just sitting in the room. It's pretty basic. It would be cool if we could make the characters actually go in the room and sit on the chairs. But that is a lot of work. That is like... That's way in the future. Okay, but that at least looks like something. I don't know why it revealed everything on level 4, though. That's a bit weird. I think we have more... unless I messed up my meshes. I don't think I did. So carpet 2. Curtains. So yeah, so that should work. And the pot empty should still show. Let's go check the code. Because it kind of went... Yeah, that's weird. Room level 2. Yeah, it kind of went... Well, what we can do is debug.log room level every time we click this, just to make sure. But it shouldn't have... It should have skipped this. Gotten here. Unless the slot level was incorrectly sent. That would be interesting if that happened. So we could go to the room manager. Slot number, slot level. I mean, it's a separate slot, so and each slot should have their own level. Yeah, and it knew... Yeah, no, it definitely knew the correct level because it showed the correct item. It just decided to render the wrong thing here, which leads me to believe that I did something else bad, but I can't tell you what that is. Okay, so that's... Okay, she just removed... So that's the carpet I should have seen, but I saw the other carpet. I don't understand. Carpet 2. Yeah, carpet 2. Yeah. What is happening? Okay, let's just see what it prints out for the room levels. I don't think it should have done anything weird. Okay, so unlock. There we get that. Unlock, unlock. Okay. So that works. So we get all our stools. Now, one more unlock would make it a total level of 4. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, and it went up to level 5. Okay, I'm dumb. Yeah, so we shouldn't, every time the upgrade slot button is clicked, We actually just want to increment our level, not add the slot level. Yeah, because yeah, every time we click, we go up one level. But it went 1 plus 2, which was 3 plus, yeah. Okay. I see. I understand. Let's go again. This will work. And then I'll end the stream there. Okay, we get all our nice things. And then if I add one more, it should go to level 4. Ah, there we go. Now we got a bit of a nicer look. Okay, and if I upgrade some more, it's level 6. One more upgrade on any item, then I should get the air conditioning, the nice light. Ah, not the air conditioning, just the better carpet, the light, etc. Okay. Great stuff. The gym and all that good stuff doesn't work yet. Okay, I'll have to work on those. Okay, but that's pretty cool. I like that. Looks nice. Now, it's a little bit dead, I must say. It could have been a still image, right? Which is kind of unfortunate. Like, it would be cool if things were moving and animating and stuff like that. Because, yeah, we're doing it in 3D and we're physically changing the scene. This scene over here. But if everything is just stationary, it's kind of boring, right? Yeah, I think so. I think we need to think about that and need to make it move around a bit, or we need to put in elements that can move, or something like that. I think just to bring it to life, because right now it's just a picture, right? What I was thinking though is something like this. Actually, let's do that quickly, and then we can really end. So the observation room specifically, I want to make this thing look at the level. So we're going to have to drag it over. So move it over here, for instance. That's going to be quite interesting. So let's put it in there. Yes. Let's put it in there. Let's just make sure our observation camera isn't doing something weird right now. Okay. No, it's fine. So this is... It's our little hideout, right? We are bird watch. Well, we are lizard watching birds or something. I don't know. But this is our little hideout, and there's a tree in the middle of the observation room for some reason. Get out of there, tree. Okay. Nobody will know we're here. Okay. Well, if I play it now, so this is actually what I want to do. Now, how exactly I'm going to do that, I don't know. But, humor me here. Yeah, so now, if you unlock, you can see, ooh, what's that? That's the next level. Right? And that's going to be kind of what I want to do. I want to move this room around and point it at the next level so that you can see which level is coming up. I think that's going to be kind of cool. Yeah, and the idea with that is we can... Yeah, I should actually... Ah, damn it, I want to do so many cool things, but it's really time-consuming to do cool things. Although it's nice, it's very time-consuming. It takes forever to get everything the way I want it to be. Let's upgrade. Let's get all the furniture in here. Boom. Nice. There we go. Yeah, we definitely need to liven this up a bit, put something that moves. I think one of the problems is the game is currently paused, which also means many things won't move unless you change the way they move. So we have some more things to think about, I guess. Okay, guys, I'm going to head out. It's been a good one, right? A lot of work done. But yeah, it's already past 8 a.m. I need to go do some work. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.